You can rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call of board members, please.
Slopsma,
Here.
Oksema, present, Milnick,
Here.
Kester,
Here.
Aaron's.
Here.
All right, next we're at set, adjust, and approve the meeting agenda. So are there any changes to the agenda that anybody would like to make?
I would like to move my deputy clerk's memo to right after public comment, because she's not able to stay that long.
Okay, so that would be item KG. Okay,
And I think the chief wanted his stuff moved up.
okay, hang on just a minute. Let me get this one written down. Okay, and then your one, you want to move which item, Tim?
Trying to find his.
So we have item J3, which is the firefighter park manager
Yeah, that's
description.
the one. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be 3A. And we could move that after item G1. Does that sound okay to everybody? All right, so let me just grab
I
that
don't
one.
think he has anything else.
Anything else anybody would like to change? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second that, Melnick.
All right, motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Melnick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Okay. Declaration of conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest with the content of today's meeting?
I do. I'm going to recuse myself from new business item E, deputy supervisor wage increase.
Okay. Does anybody else have a conflict of interest with any of the material in the packet? Jill?
I'm sorry, no, I do not.
Okay, and no for myself. All right, we've got public comment now for those in the hall. You may make your way to the podium and please state your name and if you're resident, property owner, or general public. Just a reminder, we've got a limit of 5 minutes per person. And you may come forward, Jim.
Morning, Jim Gaskin, 8696 Church Street, Williamsburg, Michigan. The reason I'm here is I heard through the grapevine there was going to be talk about the zoning changes. A couple quick notes. If this information was going to be talked about, I believe that it should have been sent out to everyone. Especially what people expect to be talked about today. It's kind of hard to argue a point when you don't know what points you have to argue or discuss, I should say. I'm sorry. My feeling is that when we had the open meeting up at the school, about 90% of the people that spoke did not want to go through with any changes for zoning. That was kind of my feeling with that. It also feels like the meeting of this importance should have been in the evening when people were off work. Otherwise, it seems like it appears as if the board is trying to run one by us without us having options to be with it. If this is such an important matter, put it on a public vote. I realize I've been told many times we can't do that. In my humble opinion, and excuse me for saying this, that's horseshit. There should be no reason why we can't put it on a public vote if it's that important. Important things that need to be done are not being done. This one I don't think needs to be done because I don't think it's important. I've asked for over a year for a simple thing like street sign or speed limit signs. And I keep getting told, honestly and with great respect, these streets, Vinton and Church, are 55 miles an hour. And that the county is too busy to come out and get it because the state police have to come out and look at it. And that's the second thing I'm looking at. If these young babies over here in the corner get hurt because this guy comes around the corner like he does almost every day at 55 miles an hour and zips around this corner, turns his car into drifting, or another guy with a truck that has no whatever on it, he goes the other way and you can see him drift around the corner between the buildings. Nobody does anything except on Williamsburg Road. It says because of the weather, it's 35 miles an hour. Come on, guys. I mean, I'll pay the gas money if you want to drive over and talk to them in person. You got to do something. Somebody's going to get hurt. And if somebody gets hurt, I'll be the first one standing with the lawyer to sue. And I'll sue like a son of a gun. But zoning, I believe it needs to go back to all the people, not the people in this room. Because you affect all the people. Do I care if somebody has a pile of wood in their yard? No. If they have trash in their yard, it's their yard. It's not mine. It was there when you moved in. When you moved in. I don't know how many more minutes I've got. But because I'm kind of old and rattly, I ain't stopping until we run out.
You have
1.5.
one.
Okay, then let me hit another subject real quick. I see a lot of garbage coming out of the government. Okay, my concern is for this government. I understand that we keep anything dealing with voting behind there. If I was a bad guy, I could get there by going over the top of that. My other concern is this. One person in here all the time. Your secretary, I believe that you're putting her and anyone else in here, one or two people at a time, in great danger. Because if you get some crazy out there that wants to come in here and cause harm, there's no protection. All I ask for is a panic button to be placed in each of the offices. That's it. They hit a panic button. Some idiot comes in, tries to do something stupid, boom. It immediately calls for help. I realize you have a camera, but it's always good to identify a body after the camera. I'm looking for the worst case scenarios here. I'm sorry, 20 years in the military, some things come back. And right now it comes back that this could be a dangerous place. And I want you people protected because like it or not, you got me in your area and I'm going to help you as much as I can. And I'm going to complain as much as I can.
All right, thank you. All right, who would like to step forward next?
Randy Steelman, Crisp Road, property owner. Some of this reiteration, it just looks like shady government stuff this morning, guys. I don't know how else to call it. I don't know who's in charge, who does all this stuff, but this is a bad meeting for some of the stuff you guys are talking about. It's a bad time. You need to do it when people are not at work. Probably cost every person here $200 to come to this meeting. So it's kind of expensive. You guys are, I don't know, I'm not picking any one of you guys out. I don't know who's for what or whatever, but I just have to take you as a group. You guys are trying to ruin our rural character. You're trying to turn our township into a homeowners association. Things have been fine here for a very long time. And all your time could be better spent on roads, trails, parks, cleanup projects. Instead, you guys want to play these screw your neighbor games. We're not remotely interested in being anything like Peninsula Township. We don't like that kind of thing. We don't want that much regulation and that much rules. And to make everything miserable for everybody. Please stop the nonsense. It's going to hurt our community. We asked you guys to clean up the books. We wanted you to get rid of ridiculous rules and simplify the good ones. We don't want more rules, more complication. We don't care what the lawyers say about what it needs to do and what it doesn't need to do. We want it the way that our neighborhood wants it. You guys are spending more of our money on lawyers than on our township. We may as well just elect lawyers and save a ton of money. You guys are lying to yourselves if you think this is even remotely what this community wants. And I ask you to remind yourselves why you moved here in the first place. It was friendly, functional, and beautiful. So please stop trying to ruin it. That's all I got.
You. Right. Who would like to speak next? Please step forward. Would anybody else like to make a public comment?
Good morning. My name is Jamie Gaskin. I live at 5653 Vinton Road. And I have a few questions, just very open-ended questions for the board. The first one being, does there seem to be amongst you an understanding of why the changes to the ordinances would be considered problematic for our area and for our residents? My second question is, what is it about the township, this township? What is it about Williamsburg that makes us different than, Old Mission Peninsula, Leelanau? Those are also very beautiful places. From what I've heard, and I don't mean to speak for anyone, I believe that the concerns are stemming from however it's gone about, the ordinance enforcement policy, any changes to that or placing it into a civil infraction sector will open up to the possibility of that being abused. There's a lot of questions, I think, that are involved. I mean, is it going to be anyone on the township board or perhaps outside of the township board driving by one of our houses and saying, I don't like that pile of wood there. I don't like that chicken coop there. And if it is that day in which the infraction fees would be incurred, is there going to be an effort made to inform the resident that day? Because there's a lot of us that can't afford $500 a day. We can't afford the first day. And there is a concern, from what I understand, just among the consensus of the folks that I've talked to, that it is very much the purpose of the township board to price us out, because that has happened in other townships. I'd hate to see that happen here. For myself, I just want you to know, I heard through the grapevine that we were going to be talking about that this morning. Because of that, I am not over at Medi Lodge right now with my resident. And he's missing breakfast because I can't be there to help him with his breakfast, and I'm the only one that he'll eat for. So, I mean, that's just a little thing, but it's going to upset his day. And so it just, something like this, if we could have had a little more warning, I think that would be good. And I really think that there can be more questions that we have rather than just assumptions. And right now, I'll be honest and say that the residents are running on assumptions for what we have seen happen in townships surrounding our area. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Would anybody else like to make a public comment this morning?
Morning, Jim Snyder, 8316 Old M72, Williamsburg, right down by the post office there. I guess I'm kind of talking about the civil infraction ordinance because I've lived it many years. One thing that was kind of said, like, as far as who's really pushing this? Is it like neighbors, that move into the area, then they're wanting to change how the area is and stuff? It's clear that I've always had lots of snowmobiles, lots of boats. That's something I've always enjoyed in my life. My kids have enjoyed it. My family's enjoyed it. It's a passion I have. But nobody that ever lived here, the original people before me, I've been here almost 40 years. Nobody ever complained against me except the people that moved in afterwards. So that kind of pretty much shows who's pushing it. Um, yeah, I have a lot of things. It's outside storage. I think with this, and if it would kill me, if I had to pay $500 a day to make things suitable for other people's eyes, because it hurt their eyes. So I have to move my snowmobiles because they don't like what they look like. They're not brand new or things like that, but there's something I enjoy. So I really think, or again, the cart is before the horse. Why don't you have something in piece of paper to show this is what the township's dealing with, just on this, like a study on this, that these are the things that Whitewater Township is having a lot of complaints about, whoever, whatever, I don't know, but we're having a problem enforcing the zoning that we have now. And I've said to other board members just recently that let's fix the zoning first, make it more enforceable by what it is and what the people really want enforced, and it all gets back down to, health, safety, and welfare is what you guys are here for, what we voted you for. How does these things that affect, like if somebody has an extra car for a parts car or something like that because they can't afford brand new, how is that really affecting those things that you guys are here for our health, safety, and welfare? Is it something that hurts somebody medically, but through their eyes, through their pocketbook, because their property value depreciates, whatever? Is that your job? I don't know. But with this, show us what was done in the years since the early 70s when they incorporated zoning, the general ordinance and the zoning ordinance. I think there's two different ordinances, correct?
Yes,
And this is going to cover both of those?
we have always had one procedure for both.
Right. So what I'm saying is, these are what we're dealing with right now. These are the key issues that we're really getting a lot of public input on, negative, positive, whatever. This is what we did in the past. This is what did work, what didn't work, what we can do now, and let the people know what's kind of going on with it, to see how much they really want the government in their lives. And is it something really back to the health, safety, and welfare of the community and stuff? But yeah, that's kind of about it right there. It's just, yeah, we kind of hire you to do our work for us, to kind of keep things going, but make it more transparent so we know why you're really pushing these things. And, and what are the key things right now that are really affecting you guys that you have to deal with every day that you hear complaints about or whatever that's messing up with people's lives, enjoying it in their community and stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else that would like to step forward to make a public comment?
Kim Mangus, 5101 Brown Bear. I want to first say I attended your budget meeting on Tuesday, as you know, because there were only two of us here. And I want to give you some kudos. That's the way a budget meeting is supposed to run. You're not supposed to argue about every line item. You're supposed to identify remaining questions, go through the whole thing, get an outline, identify what needs to be clarified, and move forward. That was the best budget meeting I've sat through, and there's no such thing as a good budget meeting. But I really appreciate your streamlining some of our processes. That said, the same thing I said the other night. When the township residents said that they didn't want a civil infractions ordinance, they didn't mean find a different way to have a civil infraction. They meant we didn't want an ordinance. We didn't want it used. We didn't want it. There were things that were pointed out that were too strict, too stringent, ambiguous, not clear. just not having one is not solving that problem. It's making it a whole lot worse. Within this ordinance, were you to adopt it today, there is no indication of when the fine starts. There's no indication of when the fine stops. There is no limitation on when the township has to go over and reevaluate once someone claims that they have addressed whatever the issue is. There is no appeals process whatsoever. Those are all big problems. Additionally, it's a small thing, and I missed it my first 2 times through the draft. You eliminated the restriction on trespassing. There's a reason that our policy and procedures manual has a restriction on officials trespassing. And it may be something, you may not even know it's there. It may be something the attorney advised. The township got sued for trespassing. That's why we put a restriction in our policy and procedures manual that told our ZA, no, you can't just walk on somebody's property and look around without a warrant or without going through the proper channels. We can't have a policy and procedures manual that it says, whenever possible, don't do this. No, it's a hard pass. You don't do it, period. That protects the township, that protects your employees, that protects your residents. Additionally, you have on the agenda today elimination of one of your 2 meetings. Yes, please. And any meeting should have PM on it with a larger number, not 1 or 2. This early that you made was we're going to have a business meeting and we're going to have a things, and that's inappropriate. The issue of whether or not we have civil infractions, the issue of your policy and procedure is perhaps a bigger breach of trust, is a bigger issue than the fact that you're still working. It should be in the evening. It should not be in the morning. This is not helping your reputation. That is not helping trust with the board. Just like Zoom. When no one is sitting out here, I have not been on the board, but I've been on the planning commission. It's frustrating. Well, we can't get any community input. Okay, elimination of Zoom and elimination of Zoom public comment is not encouraging community participation. When the audience is empty, that means we trust what you're doing. We're not upset. We're not worried because we don't come when it was like, hey, that was a wonderful budget meeting. No, okay, that's not going to happen. But this is a real breach of trust, having this discussion at this meeting. And I agree with the other folks that have said, clean up your ordinances first, the general ordinances, even our junk ordinance. Right now, if you were to pass this, it would apply immediately to the junk ordinance. Most junk ordinances say nothing within sight of public view or a neighboring property. Ours
Okay.
doesn't do that. I can hear the buzzer, Linda.
Good. Thank you. All right, would somebody else like to step forward to make a public comment at this time?
Mike Jacobson, Skidmore Point Road. The community was told by this body that these morning meetings were only going to be used for business items such as paying bills and budget issues, and not for such things as the passing of such things as the civil infraction ordinance. If you don't postpone this issue to an evening meeting so people can attend, then you have just become liars and untrustable. Randy, you yourself told me after the debacle of the Good Friday meeting a year ago that you wouldn't endorse any meeting that seemed underhanded, and this seems underhanded. we were told this kind of stuff wouldn't be done in this meeting, and now here we are. I agree with everything that's been said. I believe everybody here is, I'm easy $200 this cost me just to be at this meeting so I can speak my mind. And I'm speaking for all those people that were at that public hearing. 95% of them people were against this, not against, they were completely against this ordinance. And here we are, you're gonna just pass it at a meeting where you've told people you won't conduct stuff like this. To my knowledge, there has been no discussion on this issue at the public meetings since the public hearing. And I've been at most of the meetings. I could have missed it, but I haven't heard about it even in the pub from people in the public. So all of a sudden, this is coming out of nowhere. The changes made in this ordinance don't reflect anything that the public had concerns about. In fact, it's gotten worse. Now you're giving your zoning administrator permission to trespass. Totally unacceptable. I cannot remember this body or the planning commission discussing any changes. This looks like you're trying to slip this in quickly and quietly because it appears you might lose your court case on short-term rentals. Letting the court case run its course would be the right thing to do. The public hearing on this issue had more people than any issue you've dealt with. About, I'd say 95% at least of the people that were at that public meeting were against this. And you act like those people don't mean anything. The public clearly spoke, and you haven't changed anything in their favor. Actually, you have made it worse. In my opinion, if you conduct business on this today and anybody who votes for this, you should be recalled. You've just, if you conduct business on this today, you've lied to the public. We didn't elect you to lie to us and try to slip things past us when we weren't looking. And the Zoom thing, we have so many people that aren't even here in this community right now and have no way of representing themselves because you won't let them comment on Zoom. These people live in other places. These are their second, maybe even third home, some of them. And you won't let them participate. That's wrong. Remember, we all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And each one of ours idea of happiness is different. Yours is different than mine. Yours is different than his. Yours is different than hers, and so forth. That's how it works. We all have the ability and right to have our own happiness. Lately, there's been a lot of very good meetings, and I think that some good progress is being made, but I don't think this is one of them. This is, you're going in the wrong direction here. And we are not an HOA. That's what this is all looking like. You want to turn this community into an HOA. There might be one or two small ones in the community, but that doesn't mean the whole community is a HOA. I've never signed a contract that says I got to keep my lawn mowed or my wood pile perfectly stacked. Where's this coming from? Doesn't make no sense. Actually, the Zoom thing looks like you're trying to discourage public involvement. And for a very long time, we have worked hard to get public involvement.
Okay.
Please change the way you're doing business.
Does anybody else want to step forward with a public comment today? Jim, we have a limit of one public comment. One per person. So come forward, please. No, no, you may not.
Arnie Boyd, 6447 Bags Road. I think I'll challenge everyone on this board. How long have you lived here? How old are you? I'm old enough to know that this is not Williamsburg that I recognize when the centennial happened years ago. I recognize that there are people who have acquired material, specifically Jim. But I also respect the fact that everybody else in the neighborhood respects other people's property and don't use it or abuse it. If you got property, stack it up. Shield the public, but stack it up and get it on your own properties. And I commend this board for allowing this to happen today as a discussion, but it's the wrong time and the wrong place. I sat on the board years ago. I sat on the zoning and planning boards. And I deny any one of you the ability to go and look in the community and say, I'm proud of Williamsburg. It sucks. Who are you going to find that's going to invest in the community to bring up property values, get businesses to come into the area? Our own post office wants to get out of town, out of the main street. I think that this board needs to pay attention to what the public have addressed here today. I'm retired, so I don't lose any money, so as to speak, other than the gas mileage to get here. But I think that it's time that this board recognizes that the public, all these people are losing money being here trying to defend themselves. And I think it's important that you understand, back when I sat on the board, it started at 7 o'clock in the evening. And there were many times that it ran until 10:30 or 11 or 12 and had to stop because of our time restraints. I think it's time that this board recognizes that there are way too many people to be on Zoom and outside that can't be here because of work stipulations. These people are giving up dollars per hour to be here, and it's not necessary. You need to step up and move this back to a meeting in the evening so that the public can attend this meeting. And if you can't find space enough because there's too many people involved, then it's got to go to the school. Come on, board, wake up. We put you here. Just like Trump, we put him there. And now we're realizing you're not doing what we want, and neither is the president of the United States doing what we want. So I think it's time that we all wake up. We don't need to run this backwards or run it down. Please pay attention to what the people want. A 9 o'clock meeting is not what we want. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anybody else like to step forward to make a public comment? All right, then we'll move on at this point. The next item on the agenda is item that was K9, consideration of deputy clerk wage. So Sarah, if you would like to step up to the podium. Go ahead, Wendy.
Well, thank you for allowing me to move this on the agenda today. So I'm introducing Sarah quickly to the board. She has been appointed as my new deputy clerk. She has other obligations still that she's trying to work through. So she needs to get to them, but I just wanted her to available in case you wanted to ask her any question. She does have, like you've seen in the packet, a long-standing experience, and I think that she's going to be an awesome asset to the clerk's office.
Sarah, do you want to just introduce yourself just briefly?
Sure. My name is Sarah Quigley. I am a resident at 5495 Schofield Trail. I am a 25-year classroom teacher. I have a degree in technology and instructional design and a degree in mathematics. I have a certificate in business administration from Northwestern Michigan Community College, and I have worked as a bookkeeper for several years while I was running a private lesson studio and doing all of my own bookkeeping and organization and scheduling. I am very much looking forward to learning more about record keeping and helping with the accounts payable and invoices, making sure that everything runs smoothly and efficiently as possible.
All right. Do any of the board members have any questions for Sarah?
No, just one for Wendy. I put a note on here to remind myself. So you have it at 24, and if you look at, if we approve it tonight, the new graded,
4 cents.
yeah, but at least then she's in the step, right? And
Right.
a year from now, then,
Yeah, 2404.
but
So I need to make the motion to put 2404.
yes.
Okay. Any other comments or discussion from the board? Would you like to proceed with your motion, Wendy? It's on page 85.
I move to approve a starting wage of $24.04 an hour for the deputy clerk position consistent with the township's wage scale.
I will second that motion. So motion made by Hoeksema, seconded by Slopsema. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Okay. All right, the next thing we have on the agenda is Fire Emergency Services Report. Chief Morgan, if you can please step forward.
Morning.
Morning.
So just a quick rundown of my board report. I wanted to provide a little more feedback on how I'm doing my data reporting. I kind of dove into some NFPA standards at the beginning of the new year for how to accurately define response times. And the NFPA recommends the 90th percentile. So 9 out of every 10 calls will be responded to in this amount of time or less. It's more of a benchmark for communities our size, where we have Island Lake all the way up to, the township line to the north. We have these long response times sometimes, but when you do just averages, we have a lot of calls in that small area, and that really brings the average down. It doesn't take into account necessarily the 15 minutes responses to those long areas. While the time looks large right now for that 11 minutes and 11 seconds for the 90th percentile, as we continue to add calls to that, because that's out of only probably 50 calls. So, the 90th percentile of 50 calls, it's going to be on the skew to the larger side. But it is a more accurate representation of our department response when you take into account our far outstanding community when you get to Island Lake and to the north of the township. So still have our average in there. Our average is, like I said, 6 minutes, 54 seconds, but that 90th percentile is 11 minutes, 11 seconds. So just wanted to provide some context as to why that's in there. That's an NFPA benchmark standard. We are within the benchmark of what is expected for a rural department. And then I did it also for MMR. And theirs was 15 minutes and 24 seconds, but that is taking into account they are coming from Acme during the afternoon. So that sometimes it takes 8 minutes just to get to the township line. Call patterns. Weekends are taking up about 50% of our calls. So our on-call program is really helping that carry that load. And I was looking at data, and this is a very interesting, I like data, so this is a very interesting stat for me, that it's about 26% of, midnight to 6 a.m., 6 to noon, noon to 6, 6 to midnight. It's spread evenly across the board. There's not just one window where it's like all of our calls happen at 5 p.m. No, it's spread evenly across the board. So that's a nice little fact. Staffing was perfect. Didn't have any call offs. All shifts were filled. As I stated last month, we had training with the tribe. They allowed us to use the casino for a large joint high-rise, mid-rise training. We had 38 firefighters from 7 departments across representing 4 counties doing a large joint training there. Went till about 10 p.m. at night. Did not upset any guests at the hotel, but they gave us the top 2 floors, half of them. So it was really nice to do. We also had Otsego County Fire Department come in and do a forcible entry training for us. And I went over and taught a hazmat training for them. So we did kind of a trade for training. Going to continue to work on things like that because it's really great to bring in an outside perspective into our department, because sometimes we live in our own little silo and there's a lot of great information outside of that. Engine 3 is progressing really well. I just got picture updates yesterday from CSI. Estimated delivery is next month. So when I get back from my conference and when they get back from FDIC, it's a final walkthrough, graphics, and then should be delivered. So there's that. With grants, with that fire protection safety grant, with the DHS shutdown, the actual FEMA.go or FEMA Go website portal actually just opened back up 2 days ago. So we can start processing and utilizing our grant. So when I get back from my conference, we're going to start moving forward with the grant now that that's open. We won't get reimbursement, but it's open that we can put in for reimbursement. So when DHS finally opens back up, we'll get our money. It's kind of where we're at with the fire department. You guys have any questions?
Yeah, questions for Josh? All right, good. Thank you, Josh.
I just have one quick
Oh,
one
yeah.
here. In terms of the insurance rates that the residents pay for based upon your responses and everything, is there any changes to that?
Nope. So we had our last ISO rating in it's almost been a year now. So we'll be due up for another ISO review. That's based on a bunch of series of factors. Response time it plays a portion into it, but a lot of it is staffing. If you're staffed, that gives you more points. Training hours gives you points. Water on trucks, the amount of equipment, it's all kind of a formula. We're close, but because of the fact that we don't have a municipal water system in our township, we're probably always going to live in that 6-10 range, 6 in our water district and 10 on our outlying areas. There are a couple ideas I have moving forward to potentially lower it to like a 6-9, which would probably be $100 of savings for homeowners insurance, but anything. It's just utilizing kind of a water study. Long Lake did it a couple years ago, and it's just got to spend money to save money. So I'm just trying to figure out where the break even point is, if it's worth spending the money to save the money on the end. So
the next evaluation is next year?
It should be sometime in this summer. Yeah.
This summer.
Yeah, I'll meet with them and give all that information, but we probably won't see an adjustment because it's been a 6-10 for a really long time. The only way that we could probably lower that is building a station to the south in the Island Lake subdivision and having a few more apparatus that would lower the ISO. But again, where's the cost savings versus what we're spending to do that. So.
Question about that. Does having any kind of like cross-governmental contracts with neighboring fire, does that?
Our mutual aid does help. So with the fact that Paradise just brought on a 3,000 gallon tanker, Clearwater has a 3,000 gallon tanker, Elk Rapids all 3 of these departments just bought 3,000 gallon tankers. That helps. The hindrance for us and for our water supply is our tanker, when purchased, was only a 1,900 gallon tanker. So if we were to change that to a 3,000 gallon tanker, the more water on scene gives you more points, which then helps lower the rating. So, but because our surrounding municipalities have them, it definitely helps. And they did not have those when we did our last ISO rating. So that's going to give us some more points.
we benefit from their apparatus?
We benefit and they benefit from ours. So we all try to work together. We do water shuttle studies where we're doing time, and that time also improves the score as well. So
Okay, further questions for Josh? All right, next we're going to move on to item J3 in your packet.
Do we want Josh to do the job description thing first?
Yeah, that's what I said is J3. It's the park and recreation job description.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at the bookmark.
Okay, so it's on page 68 of your packet, if you'd like to go to that page. Hang on.
So before,
Right.
I'd like to make a motion, but I just want to clarify with the clerk, is this recommended motion proper for approving the job description? We're approving an SOP to establish a job description. I don't know.
So I think to clarify is you referenced in the motion, Josh, the SOP, because that's how you store your job
that's how I
description.
store my
That
job
way,
descriptions
yep,
in an
they're
SOP.
a little
Yeah.
different than
Right.
just the general township. Okay, so I guess the question
You do.
stands to,
End of page 68.
Yeah.
do you want to look at it? I got it right here.
I got it.
Because I thought we approved this at the last meeting, but now the change was from exempt to non-exempt.
Yes.
Did we already approve all your SOPs?
This would approve this job description. So the job descriptions that
We're approving your SOP 800. That's what
yeah,
so we did not approve all your SOPs yet. So I think
This
that
one.
it does need to establish that this is a job description and what it's for, not the SOP number.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'll give it a shot.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that the board approve the full-time firefighter / park manager job description as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Aaron, seconded by Hoeksema. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed, motion passes. So I believe the next follow-on action to this will be to proceed to publicly post the position and accept applications.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, John.
yep, no problem.
All right, Planning Commission Annual Report, Randy. I think we've all seen the report in there. Would you like to touch on some of the highlights?
Just a couple. You have the report. It's rather lengthy in terms of what the Planning Commission has been working on in 2025. This is a requirement of the Michigan Planning Enabling Act that an annual report be done every year and sent to the town board, or in the case of the city, the city council. What you have here is a description of how the Planning Commission operates. I think this notably, I would mention the fact that there were 4 zoning amendments that were processed, as well as 3 development reviews, meaning special use permits or site plans. That's really a fairly substantial amount of work. In addition to, layered on top of that has been the effort to clean up the zoning ordinance and address a number of areas that need attention. And we've been working with a consultant now for 9 months, I believe, on a first batch, one of which is coming before the township board here shortly. I think the plan is for the public hearing to be in May. That having to do with planned unit developments, site plan review, condominium development, et cetera. So, I just as a side note, I've had the fortune to work with dozens of planning commissions over my career, and I can tell you this one is very busy and very productive. And I think the township should be grateful for their work.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Randy on the Planning Commission report? Okay, thank you. So we do not have Deb here, but her report is in the packet and it contains much of the information that was integrated into the Planning Commission annual report and provided various logs, et cetera. So next we have consent calendar. Would anybody like to remove anything from the consent calendar?
There's a spelling error on a meeting minutes. Does that have to be removed or can I just, it's one tiny little spelling error? I just want to point out.
You can, you could just tell me what that is.
Yeah, it's in the March 12th regular meeting and it was in reference to the investment plan and it says it was NMTA. It should be MMTA.
Oh, I corrected that in one thing and then it probably didn't save right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
That's the only thing I noticed.
I need to add correspondence to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Um,
Or you want to remove it from the consent calendar or just
Well,
notate it at this point?
we can notate it that there's further correspondence that's come in since last night and this morning about this meeting.
Okay,
So Brewer, Baker, Bowman, and Roraff, all about the civil infraction ordinance. Highmore about the board of review, and Beam about closed session.
okay. And
So-
believe there was also a THEWS, THEWES.
THEUWES, civil infraction ordinance.
Okay.
Spell that name again for me. THEWES.
Okay, so we aren't removing anything from the consent calendar, is that correct, folks? Okay, then I need a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion. Melnick.
second, Jill.
So motion made by Milnick, seconded by Kester. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. All right, unfinished business. The first item to discuss is a larger category ordinance enforcement policy. So this starts on page 57 of your packet. Get myself over here.
It's 56.
It might be 56 or 57. It's in the neighborhood. It's a big packet. Yeah, in just a minute while I get myself over there. Okay. All right, so as we embark on discussing this, I would like to clarify a few points. So
Should we have a motion first? Do you think?
I would like to just clarify a few things for the board before we choose to make a motion. Okay. So it is important to understand that we already have a code enforcement policy and procedure process. This has been something that our zoning administrators have been using since, I believe, 2012. So it's been there for about 14 years. It was intended to be used for both any general ordinance that has penalty clauses as well as for the zoning ordinance. So this is basically the job instruction that our zoning administrator uses. And this has been a topic of discussion between the ZA and myself many times as she is working through complaints that she receives. This is what she uses to guide her actions. So in your packet is a revision to that. The biggest change to this as far as content is the addition of a flow chart, which was created to try and improve understanding for everybody. This would be for the board to understand it, as well as the public, as well as the zoning administrator to understand the succession of steps, as opposed to like a 6-page text document. And then obviously the text goes with this to describe individual steps. So that is why this was put together. It was reviewed by our new attorney, Peter Wendling. And, just to make sure that it looked correct. And by the way, I did have a typo at the top of this document. That was just a typo error where there's 2025 indicated instead of 2026. So that is the background of what this is about. This was to try and make sure that it is a more understandable and clear document of our existing procedure. So I want to really stress that. It's an existing procedure that is in place in order to instruct the ZA on how to do ordinance enforcement and respond to in response to complaints. That's what it is. So with that, there are some motions there, or we could create a different motion to enter into discussion.
I'll make a motion to discuss the ordinance enforcement policy that has been presented.
Okay. I would second to discuss.
Right.
I would second that.
All right, so motion made by Aaron, seconded by Milnick to discuss the document. Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Okay, so we can go forward to discuss the content of this, so.
Start. if you
Go
want.
ahead, Randy, I think that's.
Oh, I have concerns here with regard to the memo saying that per our attorney, a municipal civil infraction ordinance is not required. I guess I'm confused by that in the sense that we went through a process 9 months ago, whatever it was, and had drafts that were taken from largely other places, as well as drafts from the Michigan Township Association. I don't understand how a civil infraction ordinance is not required, or what would be the purpose of so many jurisdictions adopting that if it's not necessary. And if I'm asked that question by a resident, I don't have an answer for that. So I think I need an answer before proceeding. And in a general concept, I don't disagree with cleaning up our process and having the civil infraction. I need to know that detail, how we get to that point.
So I can just briefly respond to that, is that in discussions with the attorney, he said that typically smaller communities such as ourselves have something just like was already in place here at Whitewater Township, that a violations bureau and some of that other structure that our attorney that operates out of downstate, he said that is typically set up in larger communities, which much higher population. And they employ a full-time ordinance enforcer or part-time, regardless. So the point was, he said that kind of a structure is typically not used in a smaller community and really not necessary. I guess if you want more of a legal answer to that, we can follow up and get that detailed description. I believe I already have a brief description of that. But
I guess I'd like to hear that direct from the attorney in terms of where we were and where we are now, and does not having an ordinance put us at any disadvantage or problem with regard to enforcement. I know we have a policy and you're made changes to it, but a policy isn't the same strength as an ordinance. So,
okay. Other comments that you have?
Can you go over the highest or the high points of like what changed from the previous one to what is being suggested?
So the best way I would suggest that is to go to the flow chart, which he has up on the screen there. So it is really important when you look at the flow chart to understand that if you start at the top with a complaint is received from the zoning administrator, all of these steps are basically already in place. So a complaint is received. The zoning administrator then records that and investigates it. The very first step is for them to verify if the complaint is really accurate or inaccurate. If it's inaccurate, it gets closed out. If it is accurate, then additional steps are taken to basically do a more detailed field report, visit the property, might visit with the property owner and discuss and make sure that what they're seeing is what they're seeing. Contact is made with those owners, you know, either by email, by phone, in person, various methods. And sometimes once that contact happens, and this is what already exists, the problem is resolved. That is what happens a large amount of the time. You know, Deb would tell you 50% of the time. It gets resolved very quickly. Many times it's a property owner not knowing that there's an ordinance regarding whatever's going on. It might be a fence constructed that didn't have a permit or something like that. So they work it out. If initial discussion and contact doesn't work, then it proceeds to documentation in the form of things like letters. And this is all stuff that's already happening. And then there's just, this depiction is basically what's already going on. What hasn't been going on, even though we have civil infractions in our general ordinances that cover things like junk. And I've got my list of the other ordinances. It was listed in the document. So noise, things like that. These ordinances already specify civil infraction, but we don't actually have a ticket book here at the township. This is a standard ticket book that is provided to Michigan municipalities. You order it from Standard People. And so this does actually indicate at what point you would issue a ticket. So you can see issuing tickets doesn't occur the day the problem is first identified with a complaint. It happens quite a ways down in the process. And so this portion that talks about tickets and collecting fines, and then even after you collect the fine, the zoning administrator still has a responsibility to verify, even if you paid the fine, the big thing is, did the problem get resolved? Is the problem resolved, yes or no? So this portion is what was added on the bottom that describes, so we already have civil infraction, but we just didn't have the physical ticket book and a description about at what point does that ticketing process kick in.
So this is clarification from the lawyer because the zoning administrator was having a hard time getting the correct steps or knowing,
No,
or
that
having
he was
direct.
having, I don't
Right.
know that the
I
ZA was
just needed
having trouble.
clarifying.
It was just, it wasn't laid out in a way in which both the board and the public and everybody could digest and understand the order of steps.
But then it takes away misdemeanors too, because they
So
a little ridiculous.
the previous board had felt that their description was adequate based on their adoption of it for both the general ordinance civil infractions and the zoning ordinance misdemeanor. Okay. So when the flow chart was developed, I'm not sure that we really wanted to further complicate it by all of those beginning steps are the same for our current zoning ordinance. The only difference is when you get to the point where you really weren't able to resolve it by ongoing communication with a property owner, at that point in time, instead of issuing a ticket, it would be proceed to file in court for a misdemeanor, which is what it would be differently. And that could certainly be added to this. I guess we would have to figure out how to display that. Did that answer your question? Okay.
I've got a couple other ones before.
Why don't we take Tim's next?
Yeah, so one thing I heard is that we didn't have, that employees can't trespass, and I thought I read it in there that, maybe it doesn't say you have to, but it says the employees should stay in the right of way.
Yeah, it does say that.
Yeah, and so I thought I saw that in there, for their safety, that was mentioned as well.
And that was in the prior document as well.
Right. So I think the one thing for me with this is, I realized that, we're just kind of had the attorney look at what we had. He made some recommendations for this and that. But right now we stop here with any process with the zoning administrator. And I think from that point, if there's no success, the zoning administrator has to come to the board for the board to approve action to send it to.
Can you clarify where you're saying here?
It's hard to.
I can't see.
It was a highlighter.
So what is
Alliance
that
agreement.
step?
Yeah, so what
Before
I'm
the
saying,
ticket.
so I'm right here.
Okay, good.
And so what I'm saying is all this isn't isn't being done right now because we don't have any ticket mechanism, but so from what I remember from the last board, so then they have to come to the board and then the board has to approve sending it to legal. And then legal goes through that process. Basically, I think the attorney usually starts with a notification of a letter, and then if there's no response or no action, then there's no other option but to pursue charges in district court, I think it is, or circuit court, one of the two. So what it does though is it takes and instead of it just being a fine to try to get compliance, we're turning our residents into a criminal action, you know, that you're charging them with a misdemeanor. And I have a problem with that. I don't think that's typical of government to go right to misdemeanor. I don't think it's appropriate to do that. So the one thing though, with the issuing the ticket, I know it always says 500, but it's a max. Different things, excuse me. Usually it seems to me it would be a graduated thing that, you know, depending even on the fine, if, you know, take the skateboard thing as an example, you know, I'm not going to charge a 12-year-old parents $500 for riding a skateboard on the tennis court. But it seems like there should be a scale of, you know, what is the first ticket is what?
By law.
And then how long does it go before? And because see where it comes down here, you issue the ticket, you collect the fine, and then is it compliance or not? If it's a no, it just circles. It just.
So that means you have to reinitiate discussions with them.
Right, but it doesn't say like how long. And so I know that the attorney said that it's against Michigan law to stack fines for the same violation, and the intent of the language that, you know, this is every day as a violation means that all other sections of the ordinance are still apply to that individual, right? So I understand that part. It's not, I know that's how the lawyers say you have to write the language, but that part's not real clear. But if that is the Michigan law that you can't stack fines, what is the time frame when you could issue another ticket is kind of a question I would have. And I think when we do, I don't know if we're going to take action on this today, but I think it would be a benefit for this board and the public to have our now local attorney here at the meeting to help us with this and answer some of these questions.
That's exactly what I was going to put up.
Right.
Bring up too.
Yeah. I think it'd be a benefit.
Okay. Jill, would you like to make some comments on this?
Yeah, I appreciate that effort to simplify it. This was definitely easier to read and I think a better effort to try to conform into something that the public was asking for. But on the bigger scale, I know that the vast majority of the public doesn't want this. The people that were saying if we're, you know, going to force this down their throat, they wanted something a little bit simplified. And I think this is on the right path for that. I think that we should be having this discussion in an evening meeting with a little bit more notice for our residents. This is a big issue. I'm struggling with how we go from not having a civil infraction ordinance to all of a sudden, yes, we do. I guess I need clarification on that. Like, how do we all of a sudden, I mean, I guess the way I understood it, I knew that we had some ordinances that referred to a civil infraction as a means for enforcement. And so that was, you know, we had talked a lot about cleaning up our ordinances because they were very, very like not easily understandable because of that. We had some that referred to civil infractions and some that didn't. So I was curious what the one infraction you mentioned in the first memo, what that one is that you said everything refers to a civil infraction except for one. What is that one?
Oh, the one that says it's a misdemeanor is if you skateboard or roller skate on our tennis courts or basketball courts, that's a misdemeanor infraction. And that's the one that the attorney recommended that we rescind that. And simply, if we want to maintain that restriction, we should put a sign on the fence. It's hard for me to know what possibly happened that many years ago that they felt that they needed to create a misdemeanor for rollerblading on the tennis courts. The only connection I could see is the time frame of the ordinance was close to the time frame when those courts were built.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so that was the recommendation of the attorney it's, on page 56 of the packet, regulating use of the tennis and basketball courts. Misdemeanor, it was, created in 2004, and the recommendation was to replace it with a sign. So everything else on there is a civil infraction. So currently, those are ordinances that we expect our zoning administrator to enforce if a complaint is received. And currently, even though it says civil infraction, it specifies a penalty. However, there's not a proper official notification mechanization, being something like a ticket if all attempts are unsuccessful at resolving the issue. And so having that added to the procedure, which is the instruction to the ZA, is why that was added in. And the attorney just, recommended where to get the ticket book from.
I have one last thing too, when you're done.
Yeah, I've still had a couple other things. So,
Okay.
I agree that there is definitely more work if this is going to move forward with the board, that, there are things that still need to be defined and clarified. I think that we need to see a rate structure. Are there going to be different fines and fees and different rates, and how exactly that looks time frame wise? An appeal process, there's no mention if somebody wants to, what happens if they get a ticket and they don't agree with it. I just think that there's a little bit more work to do. And I do think that we need public input on this. I mean, what I remember from our public hearing, the vast majority of the people didn't want us to do this. But I know that we also need a way to enforce our rules, but is this really the best way moving forward?
And just to clarify, the feedback or the recommendation column there from the attorney was that we do need to standardize the wording across all of these general ordinances, which is junk, noise. There was a stormwater control, which I didn't know we had that till I looked, abandoned buildings, and parking of vehicles. And so he suggested that wording needs to be the same on all of them and not to exceed 500. Currently, they vary between them slightly, not hugely, but there is slightly different penalty amounts on them. And that his point was, you worded as not to exceed.
And this motion isn't doing any of that. That's a further thing.
No, that's
Yeah.
just back.
This is just about the enforcement.
This is all about what we have, what is incomplete, because we have things that are incomplete. The lines don't all fully connect, and it puts us in a difficult position to be able to effectively resolve issues, which is, it is too bad that we're in this state that we are.
If this did pass, how would it specifically affect short-term rentals at this time when we do not have a short-term rental ordinance?
Right now, our zoning ordinance says it's a misdemeanor and you have to go to court. So it wouldn't affect it at all. Not until we update the wording and standardize the zoning ordinance, which is recommended. The question is, when to do that. So just staying on this first item A, do you have any other comments on this?
No.
Okay. Randy, you had a follow-up question or comment?
Couple more issues I wanted to bring up. First of all, I wanted to address the fact that there seems, as before, some misinformation about the statements that the board's going to approve this today at 9 o'clock, and that's obviously not the case. The motion, the second motion there, which if it were to pass, basically sends this to the planning commission to begin the process with a public hearing. So we are probably 2 to 3 months out from that even being acted on by the board, going to the planning commission, them having a public hearing, them making a decision, sending it to the town board. That's easily 3 months, 2 to 3 months. So there's no immediate impending action that this is happening, and that that would only happen after a public hearing. So unfortunately, I don't expect residents to understand the nuances of zoning and general ordinances and hearings and so forth, but this board's not about trying to run something through at 9 o'clock in the morning. Secondly, I wanted to mention too, I think this puts this into the lap of the Planning Commission. There is, as I mentioned with the annual report, they're obviously very busy. This is going to consume some time, slow some other progress on things. So that's a concern to me, in that I would expect a public hearing would be well attended and it's going to be good. We want public input, but there's also the time requirements to handle that properly. And then thirdly, I wanted to mention about fixing the ordinance. There is work to get that done. We are working hard to do that. There is many shortcomings in the ordinances that continually pop up. We've dealt with that here recently with regard to the noise ordinance that is vague and difficult to enforce. That kind of falls somewhere between the board and the planning commission as it works through the winery issue. And then thirdly, or lastly, I wanted to mention I want to have an attorney here present to explain this nuances to us, so we and the public can hear from a legal authority some of these things, as opposed to, I mean, we could all gain what we want from conversations, but I don't think it's too much to ask to have an attorney explain something like this that would be in place for a long time.
Okay, further inputs or comments? Tim?
I think Jill touched on it. I do think the other thing that is not clear is if somebody doesn't agree with, say, the zoning administrator writes a ticket and they just don't agree with it, and it seems like there's nothing, it doesn't explain what would they do if they don't agree with it. And it seems like they should be able to appeal it to the board. I'm certain that any resident could take the issue to court if they wanted to. And I suppose the township could take an issue to court, even though it's in the civil infraction. Let's say you give 2 tickets or something, they're still not going to do anything, or they're, not going to address the issue, won't respond, whatever. I think then your only option is to send it to legal and go through the misdemeanor process, right? But it doesn't kind of say like, when would that happen, after 3 tickets or after so many days? And so there's just, for me, a little bit of gray area. I think that the first thing that I think should be in here is that, the appeal is to this, we're the elected officials of the township. We are the body that the appeal should go to if there's a complaint about our employee. And that's basically what it would end up being. And we should be able to handle those things internally, I think. That's about all I had. But oh yeah, my last thing. So he touched on it, and I wonder, I mean, not that I want to play volleyball here with the planning commission, but when you talked about this process and you would have to have a public hearing, and we already did have one public hearing, right? But that was because it was a general ordinance we were proposing. So now you're trying to incorporate the zoning into this. And for me, I don't want to get this backwards and say the township board wants this, whatever that is, and then we send it to the planning commission and say, work it into your zoning. Why don't we do it the other way and, have the zoning kind of vet it all out, what it should be and what has to change in the zoning ordinance, and you guys have the public hearing, and then we could always have another one when it comes back to us. But so really it's going to come back to us. We're going to be dealing with this twice as a board. We'd be approving it now. Why don't we just make a motion to forward this with all these concerns and questions and have it addressed? But why don't we send this to the planning commission? And not to, I mean, I don't know. That's just what it's sounding like.
Well, if I remember exactly right here, I don't have the zoning enabling act in front of me, but I believe that the amendment has to go through the planning commission and then they go through the normal process. What the motion is written, which I assume came from Peter.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Directs the matter to the planning commission because you're amending the zoning ordinance on that portion of it. So you're doing a text amendment in the zoning ordinance. So that process is the planning commission schedules and holds a public hearing and then considers comments and then recommends it to the town board, who then acts on it. And the town board could also hold a public hearing on it if it chose to.
Right. So why wouldn't we do it that way instead of this way? I mean, I don't know why why wouldn't we need the first motion? Why wouldn't we just make a motion to send it to the planning commission for review and, and have the attorney vet all that out? I mean, they've done a lot of legwork on it already based on the first public hearing.
I feel like that is, I feel like that's not improper. I feel that's improper. I feel that we should make sure that we agree regarding how our zoning administrator processes ordinance related. There is a complaint form related to any of the general ordinances or the zoning ordinance. I think it's improper if we don't have absolute clarity on what we agree the process is. And like I said, really the change to this is just specifying how to deal with a civil infraction ticket. I'm sure we can continue to improve that flow chart, but I think it's more proper to have that established, as that is the board's vision and our endorsement of the process. And then to me, it makes it more clear to then have the planning commission integrate basically the same recommended attorney language that states civil infraction for zoning issues. Does that make, does that?
I see two levels here. I mean, the policy issues, motion number one is the policy. That's the town board's purview. The planning commission doesn't involve itself with that. It does involve itself with the language of the zoning ordinance, which is motion number two. So
right. And I feel like it's kind of like passing a political football to the planning commission.
Right. Yeah, I know. I get it.
And I realize, again, we're trying to close the gap in inconsistencies of our documented rules. And so it's a matter of how to time those appropriately. But it is a fact that to change the zoning ordinance, it absolutely must go through the planning commission, and it absolutely must have a public hearing, and they absolutely have to make a recommendation. Those are the law-based steps that has to happen. And so we are not capable of doing the zoning ordinance amendment as the board. That's the PC's job. And then the fourth step of that required by law is we would have to adopt the zoning ordinance recommended change. So and as Randy said, it is a lengthy process to allow the planning commission to have time and to hold the various public hearings. It takes a while, and changing things in the government is intentionally slow in order to respect the input of the public.
So I believe the proposed amendments in the packet here. So that's basically what.
Yes, that is what the attorney supplied, which should be the correct language that is also duplicated into the general ordinances. It's all about getting things to be properly structured and lined up so that there's not conflict or confusion. A single process for ordinance enforcement is what it is. Any other comments?
So circling back to what I said previously, this was a recommendation by the lawyer to make sure that our employee knows the correct steps of her job.
Right.
And this is what he recommended to be done first. So that is why we are at this point.
Yes.
Not to put the zoning and the ordinances first, but to make sure our employee knows her steps in her process. And then also to get the ball rolling with, looking at the rest of our ordinances that are outdated.
Yes. And so, that's really the discussion in the board right now is, so it's not only these specific documents and the attorney's recommendations, but it's also for the board to decide next steps. I think that's what's critical in front of us right now. We've talked about a lot of details, but it's important that the board agree via a motion regarding what we believe the next steps should be on a trajectory of getting this documentation cleaned up.
And if everyone, excuse me, if everyone doesn't understand that point, then maybe we do need the lawyer, present
Yeah.
to help us.
Yes, and I'm supportive of that suggestion. I'm supportive of all of the things that I have noted here. So the question is, one next step that we could take is we could, agree on a follow-up meeting to have our attorney present here so that we can, have more public engagement and so that they can hear with their own ears, answers to questions from the attorney. I think that would be helpful. And since we have a local attorney now, the cost of that is not what it would have been in the past.
I would support that and at the same time addressing some of the concerns that we heard today and maybe integrating those into a new, revising this document to address those concerns with the timeframes and fees and appeal processes and some
So
of the other
you're
things.
saying, for example, that we could provide them with some of the questions that people have raised here and have him answer those.
Or already if you
Or-
wanted to take those and you felt comfortable already incorporating some of those issues and then having a new document to present at the time when the attorney is here that's already addressing some of the issues that were brought up today, just to streamline that process.
I'd like to point out from a clerk's perspective that we're making a policy, which is, excuse my language, but trumped by the state, which is trumped by the federal. So whatever we're making a policy, it has to also be in mindful of the Michigan law and then federal law. So we can only do so much. That's what I'm saying. And so having the lawyer here probably could help us understand that as well.
Right. I guess just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying is, but you're not inferring that this
Doesn't,
has conflict.
no,
with
because
state or
it was
federal
written by
law.
the law. I'm just saying, I would think it would help other people understand that our hands are kind of tied what we can put in our policy because of Michigan law.
Yes, okay.
So ready to make a motion if you're move forward?
Why don't you go ahead and, if nobody else has any other comments, if you'd like to try and make a motion?
I will try.
Okay. All right.
I would make a motion that we table this item until a future meeting in the not too distant future to have our attorney present to be able to answer questions with regard to both the policy and the proposed amendment.
I'll second that motion, Kester.
Any further discussion? All right, why don't we do a roll call vote on this? When ready, Wendy?
Hester,
Yes.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Slopsma,
Yes.
Hoeksema, yes, Milnick.
Yes.
All right, motion passes. All right, next, we already took care of. Next one is joint PC meeting date. Okay, gotcha.
So I'm sorry. So we talked about this at the last meeting,
Yeah.
possibility of a joint meeting. I had a conversation with Rain, Chair of the Planning Commission, just yesterday. The thinking is that we should push that out to May or potentially later as the Planning Commission gets oriented towards working on the survey as well as more time in discussing the capital improvements plan. So the Planning Commission is meeting next week. We would again look for dates that work. Is there any thoughts from the town board about that? I guess the idea was to get discussion about the survey as well as the capital improvements plan.
I thought we discussed, I don't know if we never voted on it, or I don't even know if we agreed, but I thought I had said something that I want the meeting to have, I mean, it's gotta have a purpose, right? And we know one thing that we want as a board is to be involved in what questions are asked in the survey, which the contractor is gonna assist with whenever that is selected and whatever. So we don't really know when that's gonna be right now. I mean, it might be 2 months, it might be 3, I don't know. But to me, it seems it would be more productive to have a joint meeting. It's an expensive meeting when you have two boards come together like that, but I just think it'd be better if we wait until these questions are vetted through the planning commission or the RO, whoever's doing them. And then they're presented to us as a board. And I think it would give us a good topic for us all to get on the same page with. And we could address other things too if there are any, but that's where I'm at with it. And we don't know we can't pick a date because we don't know.
Yeah.
You have to do the questions first.
Exactly. So that was a question, is would we would want to see a draft survey for comment and feedback before, and draft methodology, right?
I would.
Okay. I agree with that.
That's just my opinion.
I think it's much better than starting with a blank piece of paper between two boards, trying to figure out, I mean, even with the aid of a consultant to help us, I think it'd be better to have the questions not finalized, but some far down the road and some rationale for why it is what it is.
So you're probably looking at June.
It
June.
might be June, yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
But there might be a question that I don't like, but so what? I'm just one vote, I mean, you might ask it anyway, so.
So, as I remember, the reason for a joint meeting was several things. So, you guys have brought up the pending STR survey, which is I know that's a big task. And then there was also, kind of the thought process about having more discussion about the capital improvement plan. Because we kind of threw that over to the PC about a year ago without really any definition, expectations, that kind of stuff. So that was another topic. I think the other topic, I think we were also interested in general progress. And I mean, the report that they submitted is very helpful. That helps us all understand a little, like in a cohesive way, how it's all fitting together. But then the other thing I would say is I've had this kind of thought process in the back of my mind, and I'm sure it's on the minds of lots of residents, is just clarity around the whole this question of amending the zoning ordinance to allow STRs, having clarity about what is our predicted timeline at this point. And I know that's on everybody's mind, especially with summer coaching, on everybody's mind. And so, but that could be handled just by a memo to us that could be included in our board meeting notes. It could also be included in the planning commission. So you don't really have to have a meeting for them to just communicate their timeline. So with all that in mind, should we try and reserve any time in the month of May? I know you thought that April was a little too soon. Should we try and reserve time, or should we just wait until more of the information is completed such that we can have the discussion?
I honestly think that it's at least June, if not beyond.
Okay. So do we owe the planning commission any more direction on capital improvement plan? Like, I'm not sure what they're using for framework other than the state law surrounding that.
So there has been some work done in terms of looking at jurisdictions that are of similar size to Whitewater. And I think Denise found something in Leelanau County that looked very good in her mind as far as, and it brought that forward. It's so, and then we also have had some turnover on the ROWG and Planning Commission, and a new individual, Rod Rebant, has agreed to take that on. So we've lost a little bit of time.
Our April meeting is canceled.
Yeah. So there was some, and then of course the SDR issue has been a dominant matter for the Planning Commission and ROWG. So
it sounds like you don't think that they need any direction on
Well, I guess maybe I put that to them and ask them where we think.
Yeah,
we're
I
at.
mean, that's fine. I mean, that can
Okay.
also be covered with just a simple email to just say, do you feel comfortable that you have enough to do what you need to do, or do you need more direction?
Yeah, the point that it's an expensive meeting is accurate, of course, it costs time, it's effort to prepare, and so we want to make it as productive as possible and bring something forward that with clear questions, we all leave the meeting with
Clear answers,
clear answers and
right? Okay.
marching orders, so.
All right, so you want to just come back to us on an ongoing basis if you need that.
Okay.
Okay,
Check in with Reen and we'll bring this up at the meeting next week.
okay. All right, we already took care of item J3, which was a park and recreation item, which was the job manager description. No, so I believe we're up to new business. Item KA should be on page 73 of your packet, which is the resolution for meeting dates, regular meeting dates. So I think Wendy has a memo in here. It's right here. It's on page 72. And so Wendy, I'm gonna let you make any additional comments above and beyond what your memo says. Anything more to add?
And I think the public have kind of spoken about this as well. The fact that they would like nightly meetings. And just from also, again, as a clerk's perspective, it's a lot of work having 2 meetings a month. Put it in perspective, the last clerk was here, 12, 14 years, and she only had 1 meeting a month and was very, very busy. So imagine a new clerk being 2 meetings a month. I feel like we've gotten a lot done and accomplished, and we're like steaming ahead, and we need to, like you said, the wheels of justice maybe need to slow down a little bit and clarify for the public and just have 1 meeting and be very efficient about it. And like I put in the memo too, it would save 12,500 a month, or I'm sorry, a year, in doing so as well.
Okay, other comments from the other board members?
Can you clarify how it would save 12,500?
So it's all of our stipends or the per diem. It's the LIAA and it's the recording secretary. It just starts adding up,
I think there's publishing too, right?
Yes,
Publishing.
Well, the synopsis.
the minutes, yeah.
So
Go ahead, Tim.
I'm gonna do my same thing. I know some people in the public won't like what I say about it, but I like the morning meetings. Looking at the other townships, I read their minutes in the newspaper and whatever, and it seems like everything around us is doing morning meetings. Not that we have to do what everybody else does. It's not why I say it. It's, you can see, just look at the last meetings that we've had. Now, we had one that only ran 2 hours. That was very efficient. We actually got complimented for that one. But we have a lot of issues that end up on our agenda. And I don't know, I just don't think that people function very well at 10:30 to 11 o'clock at night trying to make important decisions, especially the people that have to work all day. And I get that, if you're gonna have a public hearing, definitely those should be in the evening. I think the reason Planning Commission has evening meetings is because you have a lot of public hearings, I think. So that's kind of the standard, I think, for most planning commissions, but most of our stuff, I do agree with the point that was made that this was intended, the morning meeting, to be a business meeting. And we're getting into we're doing those things now with the budget stuff and the approving all the wages and this and that. That's all just meeting stuff, business stuff. But the civil infraction or code enforcement policy, in hindsight, we could have had that discussion at an evening meeting, and that's fine. So point taken on that, but the rest of the stuff, I think, it works out well to have the morning meeting. I think 2 meetings, as far as extra work for the clerk, I get that every meeting there's going to be something probably that the clerk has to do this or do that. But if you jam it all into 1 meeting, you still have all the same work. You're just going to have more after 1 meeting instead of having some after 2. We contract out the doing of the minutes to a contractor. And then obviously you have to review those and you do a synopsis and put it in the paper, but Linda and I put the packets together. And there's no clerk report anymore, so you provide, you know, what were the communications, what are the minutes for approval, and bills for approval, and to revenue expense report. Two, with having 2 meetings a month, you are able to, you know, you have 2 opportunities to approve bills instead of just once a month and have people say, you know, why haven't I been paid? You know, and that does happen with 1 meeting. So I don't know, I guess it's, and then I thought too, the last time, if we did go back to 1 meeting, I thought there was discussion that from Jill that there was a preference that it be the 3rd Thursday of the month. So there's more time to do reconciliations and close the books and get those reports together. But this is what we were presented. So I don't know.
Randy, did you have comments that you wanted to share?
I think the 2 meetings a month work, except that I think we need to be more diligent about what's on the agenda on the morning meeting, that it's, that, you know, I know things get, you know, but there was a number of cases where I think there have been some issues that we talked about going in a morning meeting and then didn't. But I think if there's, I generally favor the 2 meetings a month.
All right, I have some comments on this. I would like to entertain maybe moving this to the 3rd Thursday. I looked on the calendar and I saw that that appears to be available. You might want to adjust a little bit for things like December meetings and stuff. Make sure you got enough space so that we don't lose board members due to holidays. But I'm just wondering if that would give us a better read on particularly revenue and expense report. It's concerning to me that that information, like in the last, and I remember it happened with the prior board too, that information was not coming in until literally the day before or the afternoon before a meeting. And quite honestly, I had no time to look at it today. And that is a critical function that we discussed during our meeting this past Tuesday, as far as it is our responsibility to keep our eye on the ball of that and identify any errors or any problems, or to identify, gee, we're spending a lot more than we should have been spending on that expense. It's really important we go through that. And so I'm not sure, that's really a question to Wendy, whether if we moved it more to like the 3rd week, would we have better success with running that revenue and expense detail through the end of the prior month? Would that be more effective than what we're currently doing with your reporting out of revenue and expenditures? So
I'm in favor for a 3rd Thursday of the month. Yes, that would help. It would help with bills as well, just from the deadlines that I'm hitting. My problem with the two meetings a month is that I only have a certain amount of time to produce those minutes and then publish them. And then I'm starting back over again, already trying to hit the next deadline for the next meeting. And I know that you guys, some of you have had that same problem too. So just, it's like a constant hamster wheel that never ends.
So I think the negative of going to 2 meetings a month is it honestly does slow down momentum of improvements. But I think the 2 meetings a month, I think, has been difficult for almost everyone, because we finish a meeting and then if we're trying to get something on the next agenda, you literally have probably less than 1 week to prepare it and forward it for incorporation into the packet.
Well,
So
I'd like to clarify that too. Like when you guys are all talking about stuff, I have things to do from this meeting that is directly affecting me, that I'm the one doing that.
well, correct, that after a meeting, there are documents that are required to be executed by Wendy and I, and more by Wendy than by me. And so it's so anyway, we could possibly break this issue into 2 pieces if people want to. We could address the time of the meeting and the date of the meeting separately. It's just a suggestion. Does anybody have any other comments?
You still have to do the resolution though, that says,
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I know that. I know that. Jill.
So there's, but as much as I would love to go to one meeting a month as well, because it is challenging to have to, you just get done with one meeting and you're already, trying to prepare the packet for the next meeting. And that has been a little challenging and a little bit more work for all of us, I think. But I don't think we're ready personally to go to one meeting a month. We have had one good meeting so far in a year and a half where it was 2 hours. These meetings are long. And we have a lot of hot topics that we're still dealing with that take a lot of discussion. And I think that we really need to stick to what we said in the beginning of why we went to these 2 meetings, is that we have one that is a business meeting only, and that's in the morning, and that's where we're just taking care of housekeeping issues and just business things where it may not be of great interest to the public. And we should be able to get through those meetings fairly quickly, our morning meetings. And then I think that we should have still the night meeting that covers topics of controversy or of importance to the public where they can attend. And, I would entertain the idea of doing this next year, but I think this year we still should maintain the schedule. I'm not opposed to maybe changing the dates or something, but I don't think that we're ready to go to one meeting a month and have them 6, 7 hours long. It's not productive.
Okay, so I'm gonna solicit everybody's opinion, or if anybody wants to make any more statements. I'm gonna start with Randy.
Again, I generally favor 2 meetings. If we can cancel a meeting because the agenda would be light, then we should do that. But I think we also need to adhere to the policy that it's controversial or substantial. We need to do it in an evening meeting. I don't think no one's trying to do anything under the table here or anything in my mind. I don't see that. So that's where I'm at.
Wendy?
again, I'm going to say that having 2 meetings a month is very hard for a clerk, and I do not feel like I'm being heard by him saying that. I also feel like it's very hard for the public to keep up with 2 meetings a month, and they have already said that as well. I think that there needs to be just 1 meeting a month that is very efficient and very businesslike, that everyone can keep their stuff on the agenda and move through it. And I'm not saying that we can never have a special meeting called when you do need something else to be discussed for that month. So even if we had to call, 3, 4 special meetings in a year to get things done, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to have an efficient 1 meeting a month to get our stuff done.
Okay, Tim?
I favor the 2 meetings. I think it works. I think it has worked. A hiccup here and there with what was on the agenda today. I get that, but I think it is working well. And I'm the one that, does a lot of work for these meetings too. I put the packets together now for Linda, and it is a lot of work. I mean, some of these packets have been massive, the last 2, and I spent maybe even this one, but the last regular meeting took me a whole day just to put the packet together. So I get the work part of it, but I just think we have too many issues for 1 meeting, and as efficient as you want to run them. And I think we do. And I think that Linda is doing a good job of trying to keep everything moving forward and on point. And I think the meetings are efficient already, but they're going to last way too long. And, you're not going to know. So here's the, you can say, well, you can call a special meeting. So when we're pulling everything together that everybody wants, I send an email and say, send me all your stuff for the next meeting. I need it by Thursday at noon. And I don't know what's going to come in. So then we get this, and then we get this, and we get this and this. Well, you're not going to know if you want to have a special meeting until you just say, oh my gosh, you got to estimate how long is this one going to take, this and this. And then Linda's going to have to make the decision. Do you want to split the baby and have a special meeting that month? And I agree with Jill. I think we just have too many issues right now to go back.
Okay.
I think in a year it might be okay.
I just like to clarify that you all are affecting my statutory duties and making them harder. I'd like to say that.
All right.
Because I have no choice in the matter.
I see ways to do this both ways. I see that we could schedule 2 meetings a month and make it a habit of canceling them when they are light. The other way we can do it is by scheduling 1 meeting a month and then using special meetings in order to deal with the special topics. And everybody said this already, that are of great interest to the community. So with that, I feel like there's 2 options. I think we should bring this to a vote so that then we can move forward and adopt a resolution for our meetings that we're required to do. I really do believe either of these can work, but it will require discipline either way. Because we do need to give credence to the fact that it is harder on all of us to be not only conducting the meetings, but all of the follow-on work that's required, including publishing, which is a cost. And so getting ready to wrap my lips around a motion here.
I think she has it on page 73 near the bottom.
Thank you.
And I think you just need to insert the actual resolution number, I think, to the motion.
It has to be amended if you don't want just those dates.
Right.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the regular meetings for the township board to be the 3rd Thursday of the month at 6:30 p.m. for 2026/2027 fiscal year. Is there a second? Did I speak that right? I'm first just addressing the dates.
So you're trying to keep 2 meetings a month, but you're just saying you want it on the 3rd Thursday.
I said 1 meeting per month on the 3rd Thursday.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded.
Question about, so that's 1 meeting a month then? Is that?
Yes,
So we're voting on that now.
on the 3rd Thursday at 6:30 p.m.
Adding special meetings as necessary.
Okay, I will accept that friendly amendment to add special meetings as necessary.
It's kind of a given.
So motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Hoeksema. Why don't we do a roll call vote so there's no question?
Milnick,
No.
Gester,
No.
Aaron's,
No.
Slipsma,
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes.
All right, motion failed, so we need a new motion. So if somebody can
I'll
make a motion.
I'll give it a shot. I'll make a motion. We're gonna just like try to figure out what we want the resolution to be. That's why we're doing this. And then when we agree, then we're gonna adopt the resolution. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to have our regular meetings the 2nd Thursday of the month with the evening meeting 6:30 p.m. That's part of the motion. So, and then the 4th Thursday at 9 a.m. as needed. Ish. So basically the same thing we're doing now, we're just gonna say as needed.
The resolution still has to have all the dates on there. So every date needs to be on it.
Well, right now, we're just gonna see if we can agree on what we want, and then we'll figure out the dates, but.
I can second that motion.
All right, motion made by Aaron's and seconded by Milnick.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Who determines if it's needed? How do we determine that?
I think Linda would.
Me. and Wendy predominantly, but you would have a voice in that as well. If you came to me and said, it can't wait.
And would we set a time limit, like is it as needed if we know the meeting is gonna go more than 4 hours, for example? Or we can,
Well, either that or it's also a timeliness. It's like a 7-day in advance question. We shouldn't be scheduling a meeting and preparing for a meeting and then canceling it the day prior. That should be an extenuating circumstance. So does that make sense?
Cancel it before the packet's made.
That's what I mean. We should usually be making that decision prior to packet issuance. So if I see nobody's really got anything to talk about, maybe we solicit feedback and cancel. Okay, are you guys ready to vote on that?
Yes, I am.
All right, roll call vote when ready.
Chester,
no.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Slopsima,
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes, Milnick.
Yes.
All right, now in order to address this on the resolution, can we change the text of the resolution to just say second and fourth Thursday, or do we have to write these dates
No,
out?
they have to be the dates. So they would be April 9th, April 23rd, 14, 28, June 11, June 25, July 9, July 23, August 6, August 20.
I think August 13 here, I thought. On your thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. 13, 27. September 10th and the 24th. October 8 and 22. November 12th and 26th, which is Thanksgiving. So it probably would be the 25th.
Nobody's gonna want to come to that meeting.
We'll end up
Well,
canceling it like
yeah.
you did, sure.
December 10th and December 24th, which would be the 23rd.
So it sounds like even with this motion, it's very likely that we will only conduct one meeting in November and one in December.
Correct.
Right.
And then January 14th, January 28, February 11, February 25, March 11, March 25. So I guess you could set only the November and December like we did last year for but there's the similar dates.
So
I will correct it to that.
these dates continue with the 6:30 PM, the second Thursday, and business meetings on the fourth. And it's those fourth Thursdays, it's likely at least 2 of those will be canceled.
Do you want those on the
We
resolution?
could just take them off. We know we're going to. Everyone's busy those weeks with
As
holidays.
well, yeah.
And then do you want in parentheses on this and what goes on the board out there? Do you want to put as needed in parentheses?
Well,
Because you'll put the fourth one date over on the right side, right? And then,
we have to declare what dates we are having meetings.
right,
Okay. So that'll have to be just an internal management thing, I
Okay.
think.
so then we'll just cancel them. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
But we're all in agreement that November and December only has one meeting that we're
Yes.
putting on the resolution.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay. Are you ready for a roll call vote on that?
sure.
Wait, I don't.
So we need a motion to adopt
Yeah.
the resolution.
Okay.
A motion to adopt the amended 2026-02 resolution to set the regular meeting dates.
All right, I'll second that motion. So motion made by Hoaxma, seconded by Slopsma. Then roll call vote.
Slopsma,
Yes.
Chester,
Yes.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Milnick.
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes.
All right. So that resolution's approved. All right, the next one we have is Resolution 2026-06, the General Appropriations Act Resolution.
I'll make a motion to, so we'll discuss it. I'll make a motion to, I lost it. Get back there.
74.
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-06, the General Appropriations Act 2026-2027.
I'll second Kester.
Losing my voice.
Motion made by Aaron, seconded by Kester. Discussion. Any questions?
Just an introduction, I changed the things that we discussed at our last two budget meetings and incorporated those in here. Kind of a formality question for Wendy. So you see where I have the mills highlighted in yellow? Is that appropriate? It was more information when we had our budget
No, that
meetings.
will be removed.
Okay, so I take the parentheses thing out, you think? Because we don't have to put in here what we charged last year. That was more for us to,
Right, yeah,
okay.
that's how I took it.
So when I do the cleanup on this, then I'll,
I'll do it, it's okay.
okay, all right. Well, I'll have to send you the Word version, right? So,
Can make it. I just also wanted to clarify that we still need to make the salary resolutions. This does not cover that.
Yep, that's next
Right.
on the agenda.
But we don't have resolutions and we have
I know
a,
that.
okay.
I'm aware of that.
So I have a question. Public Improvement Fund, have we discussed moving that, didn't?
We did.
yeah, so I did a transfer, a transfer out of the Public Improvement Fund to the general fund and transferring in the general fund. It's in the budget documents. It's not going to show up here. What it did is
Oh, okay.
it increased general fund revenue. And let's see where the transfer in. So yeah, see the general fund revenue went up 100,000 and the continue cap public improvement. Where is it down here?
It's at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, see, that's 111,494. That's a transfer out.
Oh, okay.
You highlight
Thanks,
that
Ben.
again. I was looking at my computer when you did that.
Right here. This is, well, right.
Public Improvement Fund
Yeah, right
down
there.
down there. I
Yeah.
know, it's ornery.
I know this thing's just,
Cooperating.
right. So you see what I mean though, on that?
So it's showing as an expenditure just because we're transferring it out.
Yeah.
So are all the numbers are expenditures then?
Well, this is broken up into, here are the revenues for all the funds at the top. And then here's all of the general fund department expenditures. And then
Oh, okay.
the other fund expenditures. So you see where the revenues are on the top?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the expenses are all, so we're basically approving,
So that public improvement fund amount and all those amounts are in that general top. In the revenue.
is that clear as mud?
Clear.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you, no, really though, do you see what I'm saying?
It's kind of a weird way to state
Yeah,
it.
so the general
It
fund,
looks like
so,
it's
so
a
the
balance.
see, the general fund is 1,283,000.
Yeah.
That includes a transfer in of 111,494 to close the public improvement fund. And we'll do that, probably do a journal entry in April, so it can be done kind of like upfront. It's still gonna have to be obviously audited this year, because it won't be done by. And then, of course, this General Appropriation Act identifies depositories of our money. And a lot of other required sections are in here as well. And
And you brought up bank depositories, but there's no change to those.
right.
All right, you guys ready for a vote? Okay, roll call vote. Wendy, when ready.
Hoaxma, yes. Kester,
Yes.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Slopesma,
Yes.
Silnick.
Yes,
All right, motion passes. Next we have the graded wage scale. It's on page 78 of your packet. Excuse me. That's where the motion is. So we have the actual salary schedule. This is the same thing that we reviewed on Monday. believe there's no changes since you did this on Monday. Tim,
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
So you can see the red and
There.
the changes here. So, okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed salary schedule for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
So are you doing the graded wage scale or the salary? You were talking about.
I'm sorry, it was in that order, wasn't it? Sorry, I got on the wrong line. I will do it in order. So I'm going to restate motion to adopt the proposed graded wage scale for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
Excuse me, is that then as amended? No, she just.
It's not
misspoke.
amended. It's
Amended.
redlined. It shows the differences between the current fiscal year and the new one.
Okay,
So
so as presented in this.
as
packet.
presented.
Thank you.
I'll second. Aaron.
Motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Aaron's. A roll call vote.
I think it's just a voice vote on this.
Okay, I'm sorry, we can do a voice vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed. Motion passes. And I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed salary schedule for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
I'll second that. Aaron's.
All right, motion
And as presented, right?
as
Correct.
presented.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? None opposed. That motion passes. Okay, the next agenda item is on 83. It's a update to the deputy supervisor Aaron's wage adjustment. I'm going to make a motion to increase deputy supervisor Aaron's wage from 25.04 to 27.50 per hour effective April 1st, 2026.
I'll second Kester.
Oh, motion made by Slopsma, seconded by Kester. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. One was opposed. 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, the next one on the agenda is Jill, you have your motion here. So you can go ahead with that.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
84.
84. So this is a motion to increase the deputy treasurer's hourly wages for 2026, 2027 by a 5% increase. So that would be taking him from 24.29 to 25.50. So the motion, sorry, having some problems with my computer. So I would just like to make a motion to give Deputy Treasurer Andy Tezak an increase to 25.50 for the 26-27 budget year.
Well, effective April 1, right?
Effective April 1st, yep.
We need a second on that.
I'll second it.
All right, motion made by Kester, seconded by Hoeksema. Is there any discussion on this? I have one comment. We gave Andy a raise in October of 6%. And this is an additional 5%. And on the new wage scale that we had just approved a few minutes ago, his current rate of pay is, not exactly what's in this table because this table is new. But he falls in this range of a grade 4, and we have specified here a grade 5 is 24.76. Previously, he was in the merit area, which was, completely discretionary. So my only point that I'm bringing up to make sure everybody that's voting is aware, a 6% raise in October, and we talked about this at our Tuesday meeting about wanting to get him in sync with the normal approvals that are done at the end of March. It seems like a lot to me to put another 5% on top of that. So I would prefer to see the number closer to the grade 5 number.
Well,
But I realize you could make it slightly higher, so that's my input.
yeah, I mean, if anything, I would go higher. I mean, this is only $25.50 for a super quality, good employee. If you would like me to make it higher to get him out of,
Well, he would be out of it.
to get him in the merit,
This puts him in merit if you approve this.
so I would, yeah. He deserves every penny.
When I look at what we pay other people in the township, that's why I'm just a little concerned about it. So other comments that anybody has? All right, are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Can I clarify something before you do make the vote? As I understand it, the motion remains as stands at 5%, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And clarify what that hourly amount is then?
25.50.
So the question is the 24.29, right? Is that not being correct?
No, that's
Um,
his current rate.
No, that was his current rate, which was established with the previous graded wage scale when increase was given in October, late October. All right, roll call vote.
Slopesma,
No.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Hester,
Yes.
Milnick,
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes.
All right. Myself down to this. Okay, the next thing we have is,
I think cleanup day, isn't it?
yep, because we already took care of that one. So yes, cleanup day, page 87 of the packet. So go ahead, Tim.
I'll make a motion that the board contract with Bay Area Disposal for the 2026 Township Cleanup Day at the estimated rate of $15,000 to be held at Mill Creek Academy on Saturday, June 13, 2026 from 8 a.m. to noon.
I'll second that motion.
So I provided you with all the information in the packet. I did confirm with, it says Bay Area Recycling in my memo, but it's actually Bay Area Disposal. Gave you a history of how many compact yards we've collected for our township since 2021. And you can see every year, 24 it went down a little bit, but 2025, it was the highest year so far. It was very well received by the public. Many people actually, when I was checking people in, had suggested that we should have 2 a year, but I mean, you know, they're pricey. But I do think that it goes a long way to keep blight out of the township, you know, and gives people a place to take their things.
Any questions on this?
Just one, it says recommend selecting Bay Area Disposal. Do you mean Bay Area Recycling?
No, it's actually
It is disposal.
disposal.
The recycling are the people that run the recycling center over there on.
They have-
31.
The county thing.
Okay, yeah, it's a county thing, so. All right, so the motion is verified as correct. We ready to vote? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Motion passes. Last thing we have, and I want to remind people of our timeline, we're supposed to go into a closed session here at 11:30 a.m. So the next topic is Zoom meeting access public comment policy. All right, so that is page 91, I believe, is where the motion is on this. So we need a motion to get into a discussion on this. You want to make that motion, Tim?
I will. I'll make a motion that the board resolves to move toward recording township meetings via YouTube direct streaming service as soon as practicable and retain a Zoom account for presenters of agenda items only.
All right, motion made. Is there a second? I will second that motion so we can move to discussion. So motion made and seconded. Discussion.
So I get to go first, right?
Yep. Yes.
I don't want to. So I realize for some, it's not popular to not allow public comment over Zoom. We did have an ADA request to participate regular public comment over Zoom. And I'll let Linda kind of cover that area because she dealt with that with legal. But I surveyed everyone in the county, and then, you know, well, it's there. I mean, that's what we did at last May or March, I'm sorry. And I just think that it's the direction that we should go, do a direct stream. And we've got our microphones are all set up now and working well. And I think that the next step, I talked with Matt from LIAA. He was going to provide me some information to hand out to him more about the YouTube, some of the questions I had, but probably have a couple cameras installed, permanent cameras installed. And then basically for meetings, it's going to be like flipping a switch, and LIA said they will not have to actually be here, have a presence here. So you know, right now we're allowing public comment in public hearings, and the attorney recommends that we don't do that or we do it completely. So that's just why I made the motion. I think that's the norm for government meetings. And Zoom public comment was an accommodation due to COVID when we were not allowed to meet in person. And it was what it was. And I don't make this motion to discount people or to not want people to participate in their government, but I think that there's all the traditional ways. We put our agendas out well in advance of a meeting, and people, you know, our numbers are on the phone numbers are on the website, our email addresses, people can call us, text us even, and they do. And so I think that there's, or they can attend in person. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for people to communicate their thoughts on agenda items to the board.
All right, I'd like to just clarify, make sure it's clear to everybody here at the table. The recommendation from the attorney is it's either Zoom and allowing public comment at all meetings, or so it's open all the time, or we stop using Zoom and go to the direct stream. He said it's a one or the other decision. Being in the middle is problematic. Do you have a comment on that?
I said, or nothing,
That's what I mean. So
or
you're,
nothing.
Or no video.
Yeah. So that's always an option too.
oh, okay. So you're saying a third option would
Yeah.
be discontinue video recordings of our meetings. Yes, that would be an option as well. That
Because I see
that
that.
the state law, and I would like to clarify further, according to the attorney, accommodations can be made for ADA in other ways than Zoom. So you don't have to have a Zoom ADA accommodation per the law. Okay, what other comments do you folks have on this discussion?
I have a few. So I think I might have been the one who was originally pushing for Zoom commenting on public hearings by the simple fact that you are creating a public hearing to get public input. So it seems like you should make it easier for people to contribute thoughts to a matter that is the subject of a public hearing. So that's what we did the last year or so, I think. But I went back and I looked at the meetings of the last year, and I was wondering to myself who took advantage of that, you know. And I went back through both the board meetings and the planning commission meetings, and I find that there really wasn't that many people contributing to public hearings during either at the board or the planning commission. I counted 5 when I went back through the minutes. I didn't go exhaustively through each one, but there hasn't been a lot of residents taking advantage of that point. So I'm personally less inclined to want to have Zoom comments for public hearings anymore.
Okay. Other comments?
For exactly the same reasons that Randy mentioned, I'm actually on the opposite side of the fence. I just think that because we don't have very many people that are taking advantage of it, but the people that want it, there's a few people that it would really benefit for us to allow them to make comments. There is the issue that we are a little bit of a unique township where we have a lot of people that live out of our area but own property here and do want to participate. I don't think it's going to be that big of an administrative nightmare as we think. I mean, we had a lot of Zoom problems in the beginning. I think we have a lot of those issues ironed out, and I do not see the harm in allowing people to comment on Zoom. I don't think that it'll take up that much time at this point. And I want to hear from the public, good, bad, ugly, whatever. I think that that's what we're here for, and I don't oppose it. I think that we should allow it and at least try it, maybe. And I think for sure, I mean, it sounds like these are attorney recommendations, but it doesn't sound like it's a legal issue. I think at the very, very least, we should continue to allow public comment at public hearings.
The attorney, to clarify, said we need to stop being on the fence and we need to either allow it without restriction or stop it, one way or the other.
Okay.
Public comments.
I
I
would
want to
be-
make sure you understand that.
I would be for allowing it.
Okay, Wendy?
So speaking of the lawyer, the past Zoom videos have been used to our detriment and has cost the taxpayers thousands and thousands of dollars because they've used Zoom to fund their cases against the township. So just throwing that out there. I have some questions about will this work for our township if we do not allow, or if we did? And who's to set it up and take it down, that kind of stuff with the microphones. But I do agree that the number of attendees is very low. I do think that allowing Zoom comments during a meeting would probably drastically reduce our efficiency as well. Not that I don't think that people should be able to be heard. I am very open to taking all your comments and also, mentioning them during a meeting if we have to, kind of thing. So if you want to send me the comments, I will be happy to do that. So I don't think we were restricting people's way of commenting if we do not allow it on Zoom.
The only comment I would like to add to people's thought process on this is, I think if we open up comments on Zoom again, I would say that I would like to see our policy regarding the length of time allocated to public comment reduced, just because of the meeting efficiency. I also agree with the suggestion that Wendy just made that we could try and do more regarding sharing of written comments. To basically make sure that those are shared, more details are shared publicly. We could address it that way as well. I would say that the last comment I will make is that our job is to run the function of this government efficiently and effectively. And our function is not to be telecasters. And when we have to be distracted by running a bunch of equipment, even though LIAA is helping us, it's significantly more complex when we start administering that in terms of public comment. And in the past, even with the past board and the past equipment, there were definitely problems and disruptions to meetings. And I saw meetings stop because somebody either couldn't be heard or couldn't hear. And so it is a concern about being able to do that. And so anyway, that's in end of my comments. So we are coming up on the time that we're supposed to go into closed session with our attorney. So my question at this point is the board ready to vote, or would you like to table this issue?
I have a motion out there. I'd like it to be voted on.
All right.
It was seconded.
Yep.
I have a question, Tim. Do you have any idea of the cost differential between what we're doing now and what?
No, I thought of that during this discussion. I should have had that information in the packet. If we, but obviously, I mean, if you just think, you know, we're not gonna have LIA AA here. I don't know exactly how much they charge for each meeting, but I can't remember. Matt, he doesn't do the billing, but so I don't really know, but
Wendy, do you have a feel?
It's
for
probably
that?
approximately 250 to 300 a meeting.
yeah. So it's significant, you know, and
And I'd like to point out the only people that are actually doing that is bigger places that can afford it.
All right, any other questions?
Is there a way to reword this motion? I would tend to be more supportive of it. If we were to do what Wendy suggested as far as reading comments in that are applicable to those particular meetings, because I do think that there's something to be said about having, those voices heard and read in public. So is there a way we can include
Yeah.
that if we make
So,
this
okay.
change?
Okay, would you like to make an amendment to the motion?
No.
No?
well,
Okay.
it was my motion, but I think that's a separate issue on how we deal
Yes.
with that. And I think it's already been acknowledged they would like to work on something like that. And I know the prior board, I believe, the prior supervisor
Cumbersome.
included everything in the packet. So that's an option too. You'd have a section in the packet that would have communications and just put them in there. You wouldn't have to read them. So that's the option.
So the only,
There's a bunch of issues with that though, so.
and I would say the only thing we would have to work out is for people to send us communications after 5 PM the day before a meeting at 9 AM. That's not practical. You know what I mean? The public would have to recognize that they need to send things in timely such that that could be affected. You know what I mean? It's just a reasonableness thing.
And they would have to identify they want it in the packet because some people aren't going to
Yeah.
want their comments in the packet.
We could
So-
communicate to the public how to do that. And that is true too.
I think we need legal direction on that one.
Okay. All right, so the motion stands as written, motion that the board resolves to move towards recording township meetings via YouTube direct streaming service as soon as practicable and to retain a Zoom account for presenters of agenda items only. Roll call vote when ready.
Milnick,
Yes.
Hoaxma, yes. Slopsma,
Yes.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Hester.
No.
I'm wondering now if we need to make a second motion to deal with the time interval here between now and the implementation of this. Do you have any?
Why would we do a second motion? What do
I'm
you-
just concerned about the attorney doesn't want us sitting on the fence with Zoom in the,
Well,
on an
this is
interface.
immediate.
Yeah,
So
well,
need to communicate to the planning commission that we're not going to do public comment over Zoom.
they already know that, but we have previously given them an exception for public
I
hearings.
think this takes it away.
Okay, do we have any public hearings on the horizon?
We do, and I guess you're taking away the funding for it.
No, we're taking away, this motion, my intent of the motion, maybe if you think of me, was to, per attorney recommendation, was to not have Zoom public comment for public hearings anymore. That's what this is about,
Can you make that all public hearings then?
correct? That was the advice of the attorney. Do it all or don't do it at all. So
So the motion has the word all in it.
The motion said,
retain a Zoom account for presenters
It's-
of agenda items
So the
only.
PC is directed by the board and has to follow the board recommendations.
That's part of the motion that says retain a Zoom account for presenters of agenda items only. Not public comment, not, see what I mean?
Okay.
It's for like Giffords, Webster, or
Yeah, I just want to be clear that
Yeah.
it's all meetings, that we don't, so.
okay, so there will need to be some follow-up direction to the other boards and committees, and we have board reps that can affect that to make sure they're aware. I would just say also, if we have any public hearing coming up, it's important that that's clearly stated in bold print. Okay.
Probably May with the planning commission.
Okay. All right, at this point, we're to this closed session, so I will make a motion to enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 parentheses 1 parentheses E to consult with the township attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection to Keep Whitewater Township Rural and Vicky Beam versus Whitewater Township and Bags Partners LLC. Court of Appeals case number 371421 and 13th Circuit Court case number 23-036775-AS, which discussion in open session would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of the township. I need a second on that.
I'll second that.
So motion made by Slopsima, seconded by Hoeksema. Roll call vote.
Can we have a little just a little bit of discussion on it? Is it the intent that we could do that? We're gonna do that now, and then we're gonna come back for public comment, and then likely maybe move that other last agenda item maybe to an.
Correct. So we will remove ourselves from this room and we will conduct this review with our attorney. Any decisions that we will make have to be in open session. So we will return to the table for any decisions on this item as well as the remainder of the agenda. Is that clear?
Yeah.
And the public is welcome to remain here if you would like. All right, roll call vote when ready.
Hoeksema, yes. Milnick,
Yes.
Kester,
Yes.
Aaron's,
Yes.
Slopsema.
Yes.
So we already made a motion to close our session and now we're in open session. again.
Okay, so now we're returned to open session here. All right, we have our attorney with us here now, and we're gonna unmute him. And he's going to do a short.
Yeah,
recap.
Chris, you can just unmute yourself there.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If
We
you
got,
can
yeah.
Turn that up just a tweak, please, so the public can hear. Are you able to hear in the back row, please? Oh, okay. Hey, Joe, they said they're.
Good, okay. And then I'll work on getting him large on there, but you can go ahead.
All right.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, thanks to the board for meeting with us in closed session. We did want to meet with the board to update them on matters concerning the Bag Road Land Division variance that had been appealed to the Court of Appeals. I think as many of you are probably aware, the Court of Appeals issued an order last summer that did remand that matter back to the Township Board of Appeals. The request in that was to have the Zoning Board of Appeals provide additional factual findings related to the variance that they had approved previously that had gone through the circuit court and then to the Court of Appeals and back. When that process got back to us, the township did review it. We were in the process of scheduling a public hearing. The applicant did subsequently pursue a motion to withdraw further proceedings before the Zoning Board of Appeals. They indicated that the matter was moot based on prior board action. That application was actually presented in January of this year at a public hearing before the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that motion was granted. So we just wanted to update the board that from our perspective, that process has concluded itself, that litigation through the Court of Appeals and back is done. We did want to also address, though, that the applicant has made an inquiry as to providing further direction on next steps, and we have reviewed that. And in sort of discussing it, we don't see any legal proceeding that remains for the township board that obligates or has any jurisdiction for you to take any action. So at this time, we think the matter's concluded and that those actions would sort of rest with the applicant. If there's any questions, we're happy to address them, but just wanted to make sure that you were aware of where that matter was at.
Okay, are there any questions from the board members remaining?
No.
No. All
right.
right.
Thank
I
you.
think we're all
Appreciate
set.
it.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Policy and Procedures Manual, Section 3. We are well beyond our 3-hour limit on a board meeting. And so
Make a motion to table Policies and Procedures Manual, Section 3.0 review revisions.
I'll second that.
okay, motion made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Is none. Motion passes. So now, again, we are beyond the 3 hours. We do have public comment yet, but there's also a board comment discussion about attorney communications protocol. I sent out an email on that. Are you in need of discussing that or no? I'm just
I think
making
it was clear.
it was clear? Okay. All right, then what we're down to next is just announcements, township board meetings, March 31st. We had reserved that time for a special meeting if needed at 9 a.m. And then the next regular board meeting will be April 9th at 6:30 p.m. That's a regular board meeting. Are there any further board member announcements?
Yeah, so we're not gonna need, we did all the budget stuff, so we're not gonna need the March 31. Do you have to post a cancellation? Was it? Because it was posted as if needed. People won't know if we're gonna do it or not, would they?
No, but I still think we need salary resolutions, which can still come at the next meeting.
There were no changes.
I think,
You don't do them every year. You only do them when you change it.
Okay.
We did yours mid-year. We did hers
I
mid-year
think they're valid until changed,
Until
is
you
my
change it.
understanding.
because they're dated. And
Okay, we've got public comment now. Would
Could I
any,
get the motion though to extend beyond the 3-hour point, just so for as a
Oh,
formality?
okay,
Please.
so I'll make a motion to extend the meeting beyond the 3-hour point.
Thanks.
I'll second.
Seconded by Kester. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Okay, time for public comment. Would anybody like to make a public comment?
Jim Snyder, A316 Old M72 again, in downtown Williamsburg. I just want to appreciate the board today. It was interesting watching you guys work and appreciate all the comments and the discussions on all the matters that you had, even with the civil infraction ordinance that you guys are working on and stuff, and not just kind of rushing something through. I really appreciate that, because I mean, it is pretty clear from what you guys said that a lot more information needs to come in for you guys to make any kind of decision to send to the planning commission, you know, and having the attorney present, you know, and being able to know either in writing or what the attorney says visually or whatever on their recommendations, you know, how to go about it. I just wanted to appreciate how well you guys did today, and thank you for doing what you do. So thanks.
All right, thank you, Jim. Anybody else want to make a comment tonight? Today?
Feels like night.
It feels like night.
Kim Angus. Obviously, I'm not glad that we're getting rid of Zoom, but I want to congratulate you guys on your discussion, and strongly encourage you follow up with adding correspondence as requested to the packet and reading it aloud at meetings. That was something that we had previously. And if we're taking away the avenue of Zoom comment, or it has been taken away, I think that is a nice compromise to at least know that if there's something you wanted to say to the board or something that you wanted to comment or contribute, and you're out of town, you're out of state, not in the area or unavailable at work, whatever, especially with your continuation of early morning meetings. That way people can contribute and at least feel like they're being heard more so. So I would ask that you follow through with that. Having it in the packet, it costs you literally a 3-second click to add it to the packet. It's not a paper packet anymore. And then reading it when requested. The previous policy was always only to read it if it was requested to be read aloud into the record. With your discussion, I'm glad that you're going to go with an attorney and have a public outreach on the civil infractions policy, policy and procedure manual. I would encourage you to make that something that is advertised, that you're putting out information and encouraging people to be involved. It may not have been intentional, but having that as a point of discussion at 9 a.m. was just way too close to Good Friday. I don't know if that just didn't hit anybody, but hey, we're going to do this at 9 a.m. when no one's looking again, but we're going to call it something different. It may not, it may just be that it is now called something different. You're putting it under the policy and procedures manual, not writing a new ordinance, but it has all the hallmarks of trying to do things behind people's back. And right now you have a real credibility problem with the public. And I would encourage you to do whatever you can to mend some of those fences and not lose more ground. Additionally, as you go through and look at your flow chart, Tim, you made one comment that, oh, well, at that point it comes to the board, and at no point in that flow chart do I see any board oversight or review or consulting. Okay. I would love to see that somewhere.
He was recommending that.
Yeah,
Perfect. It's like, yeah, I don't see that anywhere. Yes, some steps of oversight would be a huge improvement. Thank you very much.
I should have waited to respond.
All right, board comments, discussion. I had listed here attorney communications protocol. If anybody wants to say anything about that, you may.
That's what I thought. We just.
Yeah. And then any other comments?
Sorry, can you back up about that? It's on the agenda. I need to put something. Are you saying it was sent by email and it's literally a law?
Okay, so there's no questions on that. Okay.
Okay.
I think it's helpful to clear that up. I mean, I know in the past, there's been questions about who can go to the attorney, who can't.
Okay. All right, and any other board comments or discussion? Yes, Kay.
I have a question. Once clarification on, because you were going quickly there a minute ago. Is the 31st indeed canceled?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed. All right, thank you.